recording.
Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. Hope you had a good day yesterday, and we're going to start with a little bit of what we ended with yesterday. So we're going to go back to segment 5, which is on the middle of page 3. And again, your choices were cedar, catrafe, rhododendron, spine, or the stagnation plant. So go ahead and pull out that oil. And let's have you begin by putting your awareness on the angel you would like to work with just for this little segment. Doesn't have to be something you're working through all day, but if you're not sure, why don't you pick like Raphael or Michael? You're inhaling and your awareness is on the angel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the angel. And now just pause and be still for a moment. Your awareness is on your body. Any area in your body that jumps out at you, put your attention and awareness on that spot. Begin inhaling the oil with your awareness on your body. Your awareness is on your body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Your awareness is on your spine, either your whole spine or some area that jumps out at you. And then just be still. Just be still. You're just pausing and let go. There's an area in your body where you wish for healing. Just put your attention and awareness on that area. Think of your angel that you're working with again. Your awareness is on the angel. And again, you're taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to your body. Where do you feel it in your body? And inhale into that area. Heaviness, denseness, tension. Move your awareness to the spine. Where do you feel it in your spine? And if you don't feel anything, your whole spine. Pause and let go. Just be still. Just let the energy wash over you. Let's do it one more time. Your awareness is on the angel, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to your body. Your awareness is on your body. Your awareness is on your body. Your awareness is on the spine. Then pause and let go. Just be still and let go. Just let it wash over you. Just pause and let it happen. Peaceful, you know. So kind of try to maintain your space that you're in and reach for some form of sage. Any sort of sage. Like I went through and listed a whole bunch of them. Clary sage isn't really on the list. If you don't have any other sages, but you have that, you can use that, but it's not a choice. But like kid, I think I gave them Australian. I can tell you here in just a second. Oh, I gave a Blue Mountain sage. Yes, fancy. Yeah, so in the kit, if you purchase the kit, Blue Mountain sage. Apparently, we went very fancy there. Okay. You're going to begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your forehead where the hairline is. Now, you're going to take your left hand, let go of the inhalation for a moment. You're going to take your left hand, your left finger, point it up like so. You're going to compress your left nostril. And now you're going to inhale the oil that you're still inhaling just through your right nostril. So your left hand is compressing your left nostril, and then you're inhaling through the right nostril. It's just going off to the side.
So it's kind of getting right.
If your arm gets tired, let's stop for a second. Like if your arm gets tired, so like you're doing this, right? But let's be practical. Sometimes your arm gets tired. Sometimes it's like I'm doing too many things. So instead of inhaling the oil like this, hold it off more to the right. So you're really getting it more into the right nostril, right? So if you want to do this, or if that's a little too much, just move it off to the right so that it's really more your right nostril. We don't really want it going in both nostrils. We want it going in just the right nostril. And then just let it go for a moment. Just let it incubate. Now you're inhaling again. Your awareness is between the eyebrows on the ajna. Awareness is still between the eyebrows on the ajna. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just let it go for a moment. So this time you're going to take your right hand, your right finger, you're going to compress your right nostril and inhale through the left nostril, or just move the cap over a little bit more to the left hand side. So it's really just your left nostril getting the oil. So whichever one works for you. Compressing the nostril is a bit stronger, but also holding everything can be a little much. So do what works for you. You're still inhaling. And just let go for a moment. Just let go. Just let it incubate. Notice how you're feeling. Notice your mind, your body. We're going to do it again, but just kind of be still and just, I'm going to say something and just let it sink in. Working with angels is not about doing something or invoking something or bringing something in. It's just about cultivating just being, not the activity, not the actions, not trying to make something happen. You're just trying to experience for a period of time, just being, not doing the everyday. Got to do this, got to do that, got to make this happen. You're just being. In the moments where you're just being is when the angelic energy comes in and just washes over you. It's not something you make happen. It's just you put yourself in the right state and it happens. You're wired for it. You're just being still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your forehead. Your awareness is on your forehead. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Take your left finger, close your left nostril. Begin inhaling through the right, or just hold the bottle off to the right a little bit more. And then pause and be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your ajna, between your eyebrows. Take your right finger, close your right nostril, or move the bottle off to the left. So you're inhaling through your left nostril. And then just pause and be still. Just be still for a moment. Let's do a little experiment. Let's go back to segment 5, whatever oil you were using. Pull that back up. Your awareness is on an angel. Could be the same one or a different one. Just put your awareness on the angel and inhale. Move your awareness to your body. Wherever you feel something in your body, inhale into that area. Your awareness is on your spine. Pause and let go. Just let go. Just let it wash over you. Hey, let's maybe share experiences, ask questions. You can unmute yourself or type in. How's that for you, man? You don't have to talk about
Go ahead, Laura.
Hi, Greg.
it.
This has been a weird weekend because of some stuff that happened before and we treated on Friday. It keeps coming back up in different ways. It keeps it's stuff that I had forgotten, stuff that's just coming up. And then
And so is it like emotions or is it like the memories?
both very much emotion and memory. But it also, like last night, I couldn't sleep. My upper back and neck, I had to do a good bit of work before I could get to sleep. And
Mhm.
I was thinking about what you were talking about things getting stuck in a place
Mhm.
and I'll get calm with the oils and then something agitates again. Just work the process.
And like, I'm going to guess it was probably like a feeling, right? Like it's like a
Yes.
feeling kind of stimulates. So let's do this. We were actually going to do this, like a version of this in Astara, but let's just do it right now. Like I'll still do it in Astara, in the Sunday session. But part of the thing is our body will generate lower emotions based on like these old memories or these events or the present, and we don't really recognize this that much, but sometimes our intuitive mind, even though it might not be registering to the everyday mind, can perceive that like there's a storm coming, like be it with some situation, with work, with family, whatever it is, like some relationship, like you can perceive something coming. Like I think I've told the story several times where there's a person that I don't talk to for very long periods of time, and I'll wake up and I'll be like "Rah, rah, 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 rah," about that person, and I'm like, that is bizarre. I have not thought about this person for ages. And then they call up and they do something snotty. And I was like, yeah, I can feel it coming. Right. And it's like a neutral way of looking at it is like, when you haven't thought of a friend for a long time and you go, I wonder what that person's doing. And then in a day or two, they reach out and they call and you guys catch up, you know, not good, not bad, just neutral, just like, hey, been wondering about you. You're perceiving it coming. And the logical mind really, like that part, like it gets it intellectually sometimes, but it doesn't like get it the way the emotions get it. And so sometimes when there's like something's a little unresolved, that's a potential. So bottom line is, what do we do about it? Like, like, okay, all these explanations are wonderful, but like, what is it? And we're looking at things that are potentially like an instinctual response. We're looking at things that are potential like a feeling that comes in, or like a thought process. And a lot of times with situations like this, it's more of a feeling that comes in than anything. And so this is what I'd have you do. I mean, this part, you don't even need oils. Like you can just sit and keep your awareness on your solar plexus, and then just recall a feeling. It could be about a person, it could just be a feeling like I'm frustrated, I'm angry, I'm resentful, I'm fill in the blank, I'm sad, I'm whatever it is. Try to feel the feeling, and your awareness is on your solar plexus. Yeah, let's have everybody do this. Like just tap into some feeling. If you know it's about a person, like every time I see this person, I feel triggered, I feel angry, I feel defensive. Just feel the feeling, not the story, not the thoughts, just tap into the feeling. Okay, you're feeling it. Now, let go of the feeling, let go of the person, the situation, whatever it is, and just move your awareness to the front heart. And then your awareness is on the back heart. Okay, let that go. Go back to your front solar plexus. And just tap into that feeling again. Whatever the feeling was, if a different feeling arises, then tap into that. And then let it go. Go back up to the front part, center of your chest. Go back to the solar plexus. Tap into the feeling again. Move back up to the heart. You've let go of everything. You're just having your awareness on the heart. Move your awareness to your brain, like both sides of your brain. Keep your awareness on your brain as I chant this mantra. Just keep your awareness on the brain. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Om. No, whatever thoughts or feelings have arisen, just kind of sit with them for a moment. And we're going to do the materialization breath. So if it's about a particular situation, reflect on it. If it's just about your thoughts and feelings, reflect on them. Put your chin down to your chest. Inhale. Hold your breath. Head up. Exhale. Head down. Inhale. Up. Exhale. 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 Just be still. Maintain your stillness. Your awareness is on your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Laura, how do you feel with that now?
Boy, I released a ton of energy.
Yeah.
That was much better. Okay, like I put down just initials. We tapped into a feeling at the solar plexus, then went to
Right.
the heart, back
How about
heart.
this too? We'll edit this out and we'll post it for everybody, and
Love
we'll
it.
send it to you. But you're with your solar plexus, you're thinking of the feeling, not so much the story and the thoughts. You're just tapping into a feeling, and then you keep going back and forth with the heart and the solar plexus. And in doing so, you could say it's like breaking down it's like breaking down the walls or breaking down the boundaries or stepping out of the box or like whatever word you want to use. It's really by going through and doing that, you're like invoking kind of like a martial energy. But martial energy is always thought of like military, like by force. It's more of the qualitative action. Like, you're working by example and you're just like gently starting to go, this doesn't work for me anymore. 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 I'm breaking out of this pattern. It's just like you keep going, this doesn't work for me anymore. This doesn't work for me anymore. I want something new. Right. And so it breaks it down. So you could do that part like many times, right? The reason why I had you go to the back heart is like, it seemed like there was a little bit of something that was stirring. The back heart will just help clean that up kind of quickly. So it's not always part of the practice, but if you feel like, I'm really upset at, XYZ or this situation, the first time or two after the heart, go to the back heart, the heart will like kind of clean it up and then just keep going back and forth for a little bit.
Thank you very much. This is really,
It's a quick little way to do like some like quick healing. And you've seen the symbol of the caduceus. You're kind of activating all the parts of the caduceus, which is how they would say you are able to heal something. The story was that even a person in the depths of hell could be saved by the caduceus. And in the Christian tradition, you're shifting something in your blood. So it would be like this idea of the caduceus would be the salvation through the blood of Christ. Like you're literally, by going through and doing that, you're bringing in the energy of that great teacher into the blood that breaks down like these patterns. So it's like a kind of light that enters into your blood. And it's really, how we've been talking about the three brain thing. It's a manifestation of that. The more you do the three brain thing, the stronger this little practice gets. But even remember in a couple of the different classes, we talked about the four aspects of the blood. The first aspect of the blood has to do with the root brain. The second aspect of the blood has to do with the solar, the second brain. The third aspect has to do with the brain itself. And then that fourth aspect of the blood has to do with the back throat. But like, you don't just inhale them on those areas. Like, there are certain things that you develop so that these things become like manifest. And in those four aspects, they say like those four aspects of the blood is when like divinity starts coming into your blood or your bloodstream. And in esoteric practices, what we would call like our lower nature or our ego is not up in our brain. It's actually in our bone marrow. And so it changes the bone marrow.
that's fascinating.
Isn't it super fascinating? I'm super fascinated by all of this. Yeah. The different traditions call the three brains by a lot of different things. Like in the Taoist tradition, like when they say being in harmony with the past, present, and future, that's three brains. When you hear in esoteric practices in the Theosophical Society, they talk about glamours, illusion, and Maya, which is like world illusion. Those are when the three brains are like out of sync or on autopilot. So the glamour is the solar plexus, the illusion is the mind, and the Maya is the root brain, which is the sex chakra. in Jungian psychology, there's 3 what they call death drives, and again, it's tied to like a downward spiral instead of evolving, like de-evolving. And those 3 death drives are also associated with the 3 brains. So this idea of the 3 brains, it's not just active clairvoyance, it's like literally like how you process the information to like walk out of the thing causing you suffering. Like it's like, okay, I have the eyes of the soul. Through the eyes of the soul, I'm cleaning this up. I'm walking out of this. I'm not doing this anymore. You know, so like the thing that we just did is like a little quick way just to like go through and like just blast it out of your system. But there's a reason why we practice materialization breath all the time. And you know, there's certain reasons why we did it, so that when we come through and we start doing these practices, it becomes very potent and very to the point. Like if you just did like what we just did with the general public, it probably wouldn't do very much. You know, but if somebody has just been on the path and been working on themselves a little bit, it goes deeper. And then the more that you've kind of developed the different aspects, it starts to go really deep, really fast, like really fast. And so, you know, in the Buddhist tradition, there's this saint, Milarepa, and they talk about, you know, he had caused the death of a few people like in his youth, and was just, it wasn't really like a bad person. He just was foolish. And when a person really starts to evolve, when they really truly step on the spiritual path, usually in about 5 or 6 incarnations, they can go from being like somebody who's foolish to somebody who's like doing well, you know, like maybe not a saint, but saintly, like getting in that area. Milarepa did it all in 1 incarnation. And, you know, that's why he's considered like a Buddhist saint. And, you know, techniques aren't given to what Milarepa did, but this practice that we're talking about is in every tradition. It is in every tradition. It might look a little different from tradition to tradition, but it's in every tradition. And so it's like some form of this practice is what turns the person from like a foolish everyday person into somebody who is, you know, maybe not a saint, but on the path to becoming a saint. We would say it ends our suffering. You know, ending our suffering is a part of that like journey. Kind of interesting though, yeah.
Thank you very much.
And then go ahead, Ralph, then Barbara, and we do have a bunch of shares in chat, but I don't think we'll have time.
Yeah, we only have a couple minutes, and then we'll do it after lunch if we don't get to it. So, hey, Ralph.
Greg, couple of questions on Metatron.
Uh-huh.
What's the function of Metatron?
Bringing things from the other side of the veil and bringing essence into form.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is that who you worked with?
Yep, that's who I work
Yeah.
with.
Good for
No,
you.
that's the oil kit that I've got is Metatron. So let's just
Yeah.
go for the fences.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so Metatron is like has a twin, which is Sandalphon. So Metatron's associated with the crown. Sandalphon is associated with the basic chakra. So Metatron is essence, and Sandalphon represents or is connected to the form. And so they, you know, and they're considered twins. And angels usually don't have like male, female, but Sandalphon is considered female because, not because she has girl parts, but it's because being associated with the form, the form or the basic chakra is considered feminine. And you could say it's like Sandalphon is an angel that you would invoke, so potentially your prayers are heard and answered. So it's like increasing conductivity of the form for Metatron to come in.
Okay,
Yeah, if that makes sense.
thank you.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Barbara.
There. Greg, when you were chanting Om Mani Padme Hum, I got incredible pressure in my head, jaws, temples. I've never had that happen when you were chanting that before, but it.
I might have been doing something a little different.
So should I adjust anything if you're going to do this again in the camera?
Is the pressure still there?
Kind of above and behind my temples. Most of the rest of it has finally abated.
I think you're just a little congested.
Yeah, I have never felt that congested with that mantra before.
Yeah. And I think I only chanted it twice. Yeah. It's, well, when we're going through the 3 brain stuff, I'm teaching you guys like how to do what I just did.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's a pretty significant mantra for me, but
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's, you could say like a root mantra, the Christian version being like, I am that I am, or I am, or so hum so. Even the thing we use in Astara, Ling Ha, is still like a variation of it, but the holy name of the crown would also be a form of that. But part of what happened, we're gonna say this and I will go. Part of there's the alignment of the 3 brains, but where like that 4th part where I was talking about the 4 aspects of the blood, when you put it on the back throat, you actually start harmonizing all 4 of them at once, but your body has to get acclimated to it. But that's when like a kind of energy comes in.
there was a ton of energy moving at the back throat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, like we're gonna do a little version of it in Astara right now, but the historians have been doing stuff for a while, but like you couldn't really do that with the general public. But for people who have been doing some sort of practice, it's it's not that it would hurt them, it wouldn't do a whole lot, but people have been doing practices regardless of what it was. It will impact them to a much higher degree. So okay, so we'll be back at 1:30 after lunch. We're going to switch over to Astara right now, and we're going to do a version of what we just did, a little 20-minute thing. And so if you want to join us, go ahead. And if not, we'll see you at 1:30. Hey, everybody. Thanks for coming back. So we are at the top of page 4. And we're starting to do what we call the blue pearl and archangels and angels.
We had the questions from the previous.
Oh yeah, let's still finish up questions and comments.
shares and stuff.
Yeah, my apologies. Yeah.
And go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam.
Hey.
So this weekend has been really powerful. I related a lot to what Laura was saying. And for me, this morning I let loose of a lot, but it gets to a point where it feels like there's so much being let go that it's like it's all I can handle. And I start to get resistance to staying with the process
Yeah, sure.
because it is so intense.
Yeah, yeah.
But there's also a lot of clarity that's been coming, so that's been
Mhm.
really good. So you know, the intensity will so right now, one of the things that I'm experiencing, and it's actually started before the weekend, where my head is so like physically sensitive to touch that even sometimes when I put my head down on like a soft surface,
Mhm.
it hurts. It physically, like I can feel the pressure.
And
It
all parts of your head or just a certain part of your head?
um it's kind of all parts of the head. You know, it really shifts. It's just all of a sudden, you know, like working this process, it's increasing awareness, right?
Mhm.
So I will put my head down, and then I'll go into like sort of awareness, and actually one of the things that for me um is sort of staying in my body.
Mhm.
But I will then do a scan, and I'll like, oh, that pillow that that I have resting against my head, that's really uncomfortable. Like it's just a pillow, and just pushing it away. And it's just that observation. And I was wondering, um, like, is that is it just becoming more aware, and then as
No,
we
it's
work it more?
The Ming Men's overactivated. Yeah, it's the Ming Men's overactivated.
Well, I noticed that I came across when looking for the oils for this that there's a Ming Men tonic.
Yeah,
Um,
that could be helpful, but like also yours is just overactivated. And so, you know, that can happen in the extreme. It's what you would call Kundalini syndrome, like when the body's like centers get a little bit off balance. And so, I mean, it can happen at any point with any sort of spiritual practice. But you know, here it's not too bad. I mean, you're feeling it up in your head, but it's not causing like a syndrome, you know, like because there's different kinds of Kundalini syndrome. It's just like any time that the body's assimilating spiritual energy or shifting, changing, you know, moving out of what it normally does, the potential for that to overactivate for a period of time is there. It usually will regulate kind of shortly, but it sounds like yours was going on even earlier in the week. I would do things that let's see, for you would be
well, I just want to add that my chakras have been all over the place. They get depleted, and then they're not, and then it's just like,
yeah.
and I had been balanced for a really
Yeah,
long time.
that's probably still the Ming Men, like the Ming Men fluctuating. Do you happen to have poplar?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Inhale poplar and just like inhale it into like the arms and legs and into the organs of blood purification. I think that would probably resolve it. You might want to do your spine as well. After all of that, if it's still there, then go directly to the Ming Men, but it's just your body shifting around a bit. Yeah.
Okay. Because
Yeah.
I'm feeling a lot of like that burning out from my feet yesterday. And
Hmm.
then the other thing that I noticed and I'm curious about is you included the back throat, and a lot of times I'll get a really strong sensation in the back throat.
Hmm.
Is that at all related to the process in which you're talking about, or is it something totally different?
Um, yeah, it's a little bit of like a further step. Sometimes you know, it depends. Like sometimes when stuff is coming out of the back throat, it's like things being released out of the unconscious and like what you would call pre-conscious, like it's in your head but it's not in your head right at the moment. Like if we're sitting here talking and I'd go, who is your fifth grade teacher? It's not on your mind, but you could think about it and go, oh, it was Miss Johnson or whatever. Like you can access it, right? So that's what you would call like pre-conscious. And sometimes things are being released out of that, out of the back throat. At some point there's a kind of activation that happens with that, but it happens kind of naturally. It's not something you really kind of stimulate. You work these pieces and then at some point that starts to happen. And so that's always a possibility, but a lot of times there's a lot of stuff that comes out in that area before that like activates.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks
so
for
it's just like, like your solar plexus would expel, like sometimes you'll expel out the back throat.
okay.
Yeah, it's a very good thing. Like it's but it's still a thing. You know what I mean? It's like,
It's helpful though to know that it's what it's representing, because it just
yeah.
gives me encouragement to stick with it.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I
No, I
appreciate that.
agree. Like think about it like this. This is like kind of like an old saying I used to think about. Um, you know, you pray for rain and rain and rain, you pray for rain, oh, pray for rain, and then the rain comes and you're like, this is amazing. But then you have mud. Like, like you got the rain, you prayed for the rain resolved something, but then there's still mud that you have to deal with, until it all passes. And spiritual practices are a lot like that.
I love the analogy.
Yeah, healing, it's just is what it is.
Yeah.
Part of it is it's really more than anything, it's just like things are changing. And it just takes a little bit to get acclimated to. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, if it gets too overwhelming, pH too, you can clean the Ming Men a little bit. A lot of times though, it's things happening, because if you think about the Ming Men is in charge of like raising vibration of the body. And so even though there's something happening in the Ming Men, it could be trying to resolve something in the body that's not even close to the Ming Men. Like when I blew my shoulder out, my Ming Men got unstable a little bit. And it wasn't because of the stress or fight flight, all that got calmed down, but it was injured and it was needing to heal or repair itself. And so the Ming Men would keep fluctuating to try to heal part of that issue. And so when the shoulder kind of stabilized, the Ming Men stabilized, right? So it can be things that you wouldn't even think of. It could be things in your spine, it could be things in your legs, it could be for me it was up on my shoulder. It's just digestive things, it could be all kinds of things.
And
So if
you're
you have
using
something going on, especially like if it's pain related, treat that part, because a lot of times that's actually what will stabilize the Ming Men.
Yeah, well, I have that ongoing spot that always comes and goes, and up through the neck and all that. And
Mhm.
then lately the inner ear. And so I'm noticing through this practice, I become very aware of the sensations in my inner ear. So I think that for me, it's all good. But I was wondering, you're actually speaking of when Ming Men in relationship to physical healing, but could it also, all of that could include uh spiritual and emotional healing that we've
It can be emotional, mental healing, but it also could be things in the environment. Like if you think about what the Ming Men, like when we talk about the Ming Men raising, being in charge of raising vibration, like another way of saying that is it's trying to establish order. And the order could be in the body, could be in the emotions, could be in the mind, could be in your environment. Like, that's the whole premise of like feng shui and things being put away and in the proper place, is it stabilizes the Ming Men. It helps to establish a kind of order. And if you have things that are in flux, if you have situations that are still going back and forth, the tendency is the Ming Men will overactivate. So it could be anything. It could be.
Well, the environment piece makes a lot of sense for me, but
Yeah,
that's not gonna
yeah,
stabilize for a long
yeah.
time, so
Yeah.
poplar will be my friend.
Poplar should be helpful. Like the reason poplar is very good for harmonizing things. So like harmonizing things with the environment, harmonizing different parts of your energy body, harmonizing, things that are conflicting in the emotional and mental body. I was talking about how, like, you can love somebody and really not want to be around them sometimes. And somebody kind of joked, and they said, like, kids, like, you love them, but also sometimes they cause you to be upset. Like, it was like, I think it was actually in Sarasota. Yeah. And so those two things can both be very real and both be accurate and both be true and completely in opposition of each other. And part of what happens is that opposition can cause conflicts in us. But then when we're able to go, okay, I love this person, but this person is also a bit obnoxious, you like can like harmonize those two, like, because like that person who is making a joke, like has one kid, and they love their child very much, but there's also times where they're very frustrated with their child, right? It doesn't last very long, but I think that's just being a parent. I could be wrong. I don't have any kids, so I don't know.
Yeah, and I have the spray as well.
Sure.
So yeah, okay, I can just
So
use
yeah,
it
spray down
liberally.
from time to time, and
Yeah.
carry it around and spray, and then do inhalation and wear it. I mean, I can reach and grab my poplar right now. Like, that's how close it is to me.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you so much.
I use it all the time. And, poplar was, back in the day, in ancient times, it was an anointing oil, and that's what it was for harmonizing things.
Now, would the incense work the same way?
Yeah. Yeah. Incense, ointment, yeah, any form of it.
And then we had some nice shares and questions as well from
Yeah.
earlier. Let me go back here. Someone shared, this is the first time in a long time that I felt my body and mind relax.
Yeah, it's very, like, yesterday, like, we were cracking up, like, after we got off, and it was like, that was a chill day. Most of our days when we're teaching like this, they're pretty chill, but that was especially a chill day. It was just calming, soothing, just still. And yeah, I don't know if you guys caught, like, sometimes we'll be doing the practice and I'm watching Sam and I'll go, like, how are you doing? But I'm saying it kind of quietly. I have these like stages that you could say, like, people go through as you're doing a class or something. And this was more like when it was in person, and at first you go, hey, how's it going? And they look at you and they go, oh, going pretty good. Yeah, good. Thumbs up. And then the next phase is,
Mhm.
you're standing off to the side and you go, how you going? And they're like, good. Yeah, I'm doing real good. But they don't turn and look at you. It's like, okay, I'm starting to relax. Like, and then you get the, maybe good or just like the nod, right? Like, you get the, yeah, I'm not really talking anymore, but okay. And then, at some point the eyes are closed. You go, how you doing? They open up their eyes and they kind of give you a little nod. And then at some point, the eyes just stay closed and you get that quick nod where it's like this. no look, no anything like that. And so when I said that to Samantha today, I was like, "How you doing?" I got the eyes closed, quick nod, which made me laugh. But yeah, different levels or degrees of relaxation. Yeah.
I am no longer physiologically who I was every day of my life before yesterday.
Yeah.
I am dreamily floating within my body. I don't feel the physiality of sitting in this chair at my desk, though I know I am sitting here. I don't hear anything in my apartment, though I hear everything with a different ear. I know I am here, though not really.
Yeah. You, when we do this practice, you're starting to step into the intuitive mind. And it doesn't mean that you won't step back into the normal everyday mind, but every time you do, it's a little different. You know, it's a little, you're taking a little bit of the part that's just being into the normal everyday life that's like active and trying to get things to happen and everything. And at some point, you know, for a while you got a foot in each world, but then at some point worlds collide and then it just becomes one world.
I don't want to try to give human expression to the experience.
I hear you.
I had a
I'll translate that as eyes closed and the quick. Yeah, that's what I'll translate that as. Beyond words.
I had awareness of large, dark bubbles rising from deep within my body from around the back solar plexus or center, but I did not attach an emotion to it. At the same time, I saw large round light shrouded in mist off the left of the top of my head. What would this signify, if anything?
Like emotions and thoughts, past experiences. Yeah.
Is that
Thought forms. That's kind of what thought forms look like.
At one point, I saw my tongue and throat, a visual image, in the center of a dark focus point in front of my face. The image was moving toward me.
Good.
Go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
Just one more question.
Sure.
I had the sensation that even though I was focused on one angel, that another angel came in.
Oh,
Is
it's very
that
possible. Yeah, it's very, very possible.
okay?
Soon as you open the door, like this is what I would say. You know how like when you haven't seen somebody for a while and you open up the door and they're there and you give them a hug and maybe a kiss on the cheek. As soon as you open the door, it turns into hugs and kisses.
Yeah, that's
You know what I mean? Like it's just
absolutely.
like it's a party. Come on in.
Yep. Okay. Thanks.
The reason to focus on one angel is really for your everyday mind. Like your mind has to have like a thing to focus on. But once it starts to kind of get the idea of it, the intuitive mind takes over and it's kind of like game on. The practice of doing one angel at a time is so that the mind has something to focus. You know, it's how like we go, okay, now focus, now let go. Now focus and let go. It's in the letting go that really the big thing happens. And it usually corresponds to what you're focusing on. But like when you're focusing on the angel and then you let go, the letting go is when the real thing kind of happens. You know, the focus is helping your mind. It's hard to say, okay, now with your everyday mind, now let go. Like just let go. Your everyday mind is like, yeah, I don't know about that. Like I got all this organized the way that I want it. Like you know, if I let go, somebody's gonna come in and mess it up. You know, it's whatever the little story is with the mind. You know, we all have it. So what you do is you focus it harder, and then when you let go, it produces the opposite to a greater degree. So instead of trying to fight it, you just go, okay, my mind's super focused. I'm going to focus it harder. Ugh. And then when you let go, bigger levels of relaxation. So at first you're focusing on one angel, but then after a little while, it's just angels. You know, it's just
Okay.
that energy with consciousness. You know, it's angels and archangels represent a kind of connection to the divine that doesn't make a lot of sense to our everyday mind. You know, it's there, but our mind kind of gets in the way a little bit.
And then go ahead, Lara.
And when I say that, I mean for everybody. Like, not like, oh, some people have it, some people don't. We all got that problem. We all have it.
Okay, my question
Yeah,
is continuing in a different way.
Sure.
I didn't grow up in a religion that talked about angels much or
Most
anything.
traditions don't. Yeah, most
And,
traditions don't.
in your classes before, you've talked about them being, essences and not like the idea of this, man or woman with wings or whatever.
Mhm.
And I kind of struggle with how to focus on an angel. And I sometimes kind of do a mantra of the name.
Yeah, that's
Um,
perfect. Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
I think that's, I mean,
Any
it's
other
still
suggestions?
like, sometimes people will do it with like the imagery, or sometimes they'll go, oh, like Michael's about protection or something like that, and they'll focus on that. That it's accurate or not, most times it's really not super accurate, but it still gives the mind some focus, and then the ability to release, to allow something to come in. Because even the idea that it's this being with these big wings, it's an energy with consciousness. It doesn't have a form like that, but the mind needs something to like anchor onto to be able to perceive it, and then eventually it will come to the essence. Like a perfect example of that is Christ. Like, you look at pictures of Christ, and you see pictures where he's mostly a white European male, and that is not what Christ looked like. But
And God is an old man.
right,
know.
right. And so the mind needs a form for a while, like not forever, but just for a little while. And then at some point you go, oh, I can, because I've focused on the form for so long, eventually I feel the essence, and I don't need the form to get me there anymore. And so at some point the form will just fall away. And so even if it's not a super accurate idea of what an angel is, you're still kind of working your way towards that, so that eventually the essence comes in and you have like a direct experience or a realization. Like the form will just kind of fall away. Like, for example, if you think of Michael being this angel with a big sword, and he's got his foot usually on some guy that's wiggling around with big weird face and weird, big eyeballs, and it's symbolizing our lower nature. But for me, like, one of the most powerful, if I use an idea of form for Michael, I don't think of Michael, I don't think of him in his armor, I don't think of him with the sword or the flaming sword or anything. I just think of a foot that's in a sandal. And that will bring Michael to my mind greater than all the imagery. Like, I see that foot on top of the person, and I'm like, that big sandal, that big foot, that's Michael. Like, I can't perceive the rest of Michael, but I can see his foot. That's just my thing. I'm not saying that for everybody, but when I'm even in meditation or doing little ceremonies or something, and I can kind of feel the presence of Michael, I usually see a foot in a sandal, the kind where they wrap the little strips of leather up the leg a little bit, and it just looks like an old time sandal.
The
And again,
gladiator kind
that's just something that my mind made up. Like, I don't know that Michael's sandal looks like that, but my mind goes, yeah, that's totally Michael. Michael would wear those shoes. I don't know. But
Okay.
by meditating on it or observing it, you get to the essence. Again, intuition reveals reality, not the logical mind. So the logical mind goes, that sandal, that foot, oh, that's Michael. That's really not the reality of what's happening. But if you focus on it enough, you start to switch over into intuition, and then reality comes in, which would be experiencing the energy with consciousness, or the essence with consciousness. So if it works for you to have like a little statue of it, then do that. If it's a drawing, if you just think of Mike, I'm saying Michael, but you think of Michael in a particular way, you know, like when I teach some of these classes sometimes over in India, they don't do angels either. Like the idea of Michael or whatever, they have all these different deities, and some of those deities are actually angelic beings. But the idea, when I say like angels, they're like, don't know what it is. So I give them something different to focus on to get them there. It's not even like an angel how we would think of angels. And so, yeah.
Okay.
It's different in different situations, and so there's not a like this is the way to do it. If there's a way that works for you, you just lean into it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, toning is an amazing way to do it. We're actually going to be toning here in a little bit later in the afternoon.
That initiated more questions.
Mhm.
And so, let me find where we left off. What angel, archangel, is used for getting stuff done?
I don't know that it kind of is like about that. Yeah, it's not like they're like an herb or something. It's more of an essence that kind of changes you. So even the idea of Archangel Michael being about protection, it's not what Michael's about, but that's how people identify with it. But it's not necessarily what that does. So getting stuff done, activate the ajna and go, solar plexus, behave, and then just do it,
When you're doing the compression on the nostrils, is a soft touch or a strong mashing
Doesn't
down?
matter. You're just trying to compress the nostril so air doesn't go in. You're wanting it to, the right nostril is activating the pineal gland, the left nostril is activating the pituitary. So we're doing it more for, it's doing other things too, but we're just doing it to open up each of those channels and harmonize things in a particular way.
I tend to experience the spine as its parts, like the vertebrae, little chakras, spinal cord, membranes covering the brain and cord, but not really the back chakras, back heart, mid back, back solar plexus. And then it had a question mark. Like, maybe they're asking, is that okay?
It depends on what you're doing. If you're doing a practice where the back chakra is being utilized, I would say do that. Doing the stuff on the spine that way is fine. I would say just maybe don't get too bogged down in detail. Looking at the spine itself, the spinal cord, because the issue is you're using the spine how we were kind of talking about with Laura about the form. You're going past the spine and the spinal cord to something else, and so you're really just wanting to focus on that. If your mind goes there for a little bit, that's fine, but like at some point you just keep looking at the same thing because you're trying to produce the opposite. Like, you're looking at a form trying to produce essence. And so
bouncing around to all the different little pieces. Like at some point, the mind has to be still and just look at a piece. Like it's not as important to break down and look at all the pieces, rather than just like the vertebrae is easy to go to, or if you're more visual and you want to go to the spinal cord, that's more visual. But at some point, you just stay focused on it because it's producing the opposite, which is an essence. So you're focused on the form, but then you're bringing in an essence at some point, and different areas produce different kinds of essence. And so with work on the spinal cord, it has to do more with, or the spine, how you process things in the environment, but more deeply your brain and how your mind processes things. And you could say there's like these frequencies that your brain puts off to the environment that affects your interactions with people and other situations. You're trying to upgrade that, not necessarily change it, but you're trying to evolve it to something more current and less about the past.
Would you suggest an oil to use with the Astara protocol that you did today?
Yeah, we'll probably cover that at some point. It's it would be more probably 2 oils. Like I'll have to teach you how to do it with oils. Like it's not just like inhaling one. I mean, you could always experiment. I mean, poplar would probably be a good one, but jasmine would be good, but it's still only going to hit pieces of it. And so I would say at first, just let the practice be itself. But we'll come to doing that with oils at some point. Oils make it much stronger, by the way. So it's an amplified effect. So
I felt like a whole night of good sleep.
yeah, good.
It is very relaxing. At one point, I felt something that this world I am here is all an illumination.
Oh, good.
I'm not sure if that is true.
Yeah. But still, like even if you go out in the world, you can see good things, you can see bad things, you just see things. Sometimes it's not so much that you're looking at something different. You're just looking at it with a different perspective, like a different kind of depth perception. You know, sometimes we want something to be addressing something in the here and now. But really, what's going to benefit us is something that comes in a few minutes or a few hours or a few days, or, you know, engaging the process somewhat. Like this is a bigger, more complex way of looking at it, but it's the same idea. And it's a story that I've told a bunch, but with Matt, you know, when I was talking to Master Jola. And, you know, I was going to him and he was wanting me to go into these particular areas and, you know, do whatever. And so, you know, I saw him and he goes, "How's it going?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's going okay." And then, you know, I kept saying to him, "But like when I go in there, like I don't do it well for a while. Like I'm inaccurate for a while, and then eventually it gets better, and then it gets kind of going. But when I first get started, I'm so far off the mark." And he was like, "Oh, very good, very good." And I'm like, maybe I didn't explain it to him very well. And so I was like, "No, I go in and I failed for a while." And he was like, "Oh, very good, very good." Like, he is not hearing what I'm saying. And I was like, "No, look, I go in and I kind of screw up. Like I have misperceptions and I'm not getting it right. And, you know, I have to keep adjusting. And then eventually it becomes good, but like I missed the mark for a while. And he was like, oh, yeah, very good, very good. And I was like, oh. And like, even that was my communication with him. Like, if he would have just given me the answer, like I would have just discounted it, but I had to struggle with it and almost like exhaust myself. And then when he saw me, like I literally hung my head down like this, like I went, oh, like he's not hearing me. And then he said, whenever you start something, for all of us, the rule of thumb is your first 3 looks are wrong. And most people who don't do well think that they're doing it right off the bat. And when something goes wrong, they just double down. Now you're going in, looking at it, knowing that you're going to be wrong 3 or 4 times. He goes, eventually you're going to come to the right answer because you know you're wrong. But eventually you're going to make it right. Right? Nobody ever gets it right off the bat. And like I kind of looked up at him, and he said, and he kind of leaned into me. He goes, "So, like I said, very good." I was like, oh, like even the conversation was a reflection of that, and so things are always in flux, back and forth. You got it clear, and then you have an expansion of awareness, and then you got to refine it again. And if you get used to the process, it just becomes like drinking water every day. You just do it without thinking about it. But when you don't have it as a habit, you have to make yourself go, oh, or reality hits you on the head and goes, okay, you have to adjust. And then people don't, I know of a person like right now that would not adjust, and became mentally ill because of it. And I think that person's going to get better, but I don't know. They just kept doubling down, and they were, you could say, at odds with reality. And we tried to get them help. They said that they're going to see a therapist, psychologist, but no, I don't think they are. But not being reflected in the things that they're saying or doing, and the sad thing is it's impacting his work, his family, his children, but is what it is.
Now, the question is, bone marrow is site of question mark.
Oh, it's the ego or the lower nature. That's not openly talked about, but in very deep esoteric practices, that is the source, or that is where it's at. Can't really go through and like do healing on it. Trust me, I've tried. Yeah, I've tried all kinds of things. I have to kind of go through and do the process. The process is what cleans it up.
Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Hi. Well, I'm just going to back up a little. You said the right nostril, and I didn't catch that one, but the left is pituitary.
Yeah, the right one is the pineal.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I've had a hard time either just coming in and holding, being with my mind's still racing. But when you have me, have us all do like inhale at our chest and go back up. Then I don't even remember where we're at.
Oh, perfect. Enjoy it.
So is that very good? Very good.
Yeah. Like, those moments where you really kind of, there's a time to stay focused in the body and like, okay, even though I'm expanding, I have to stay focused, right? This isn't one of them. So like, if you take off, like, enjoy it, like if you start to get sleepy, lay back and rest, like lay back and take a little nap, we've had students like be in a class and early afternoon, they start to fall asleep. And then we get a text like, 6, 7 o'clock in the evening, just woke up. I hope the class was good. Like, it's recorded, so you can go back and visit it at some point. So like, no worries.
Well, the process, when we go down and we inhale at the chest and then we exhale with our head back, what does that do? Because I think you explained it at one
Oh,
time.
the materialization breath. I see what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
that too. I was curious about both. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's doing a bunch of things, but on one level, it's breaking down like thought forms and thoughts and things like this. You're moving energy back and forth between the forehead and the back head. You're moving energy and awareness, attention, activation, both between the right side of the brain and the left side of the brain. But part of what you're doing, like you're concretizing and you're physicalizing light into your body, but also into whatever you are putting your attention or awareness on. So on one level, you could say that is very healing. It's the light is like a gasoline for processes to go in motion. But one piece that I haven't talked about is when you go through and you do that, you're regulating, you're regulating and refining the instinctive responses. And here your instinctive responses, how like when we get triggered by something and just out of the blue something gets you all a little wound up, that's an instinctive response. But we also have instinctive responses of like how we interact in the environment with people and social situations within the collective unconscious, how you just kind of place yourself in the world. Some of that is tied to these instinctual responses, and instinct is heavily, heavily, heavily conditioned. And so by going through and doing the materialization breath, you're regulating that response so that it's just not all haywire and willy-nilly. You're refining what it is so that it's, being directed to do things that are good for you, not just like opportunities. Like, the phrase in the Lord's Prayer, lead us not into temptation, deliver us from evil. That is associated with the sex chakra or the root brain, right? But it's not about sex. It's actually about being opportunistic and cultivating things that are like not true or chaotic or just like opportunities that cause harm, not concretizing basically like spirit or soul or your essence. It's just like being reactive to what's around you and then just taking advantage of it. So it's kind of a negative opportunistic tendency when unregulated, but when it's regulated, it's still like kind of opportunity or trying to put yourself in the right place at the right time. But because it's spirit manifesting or soul manifesting or divinity manifesting, whatever word you want to use, because at that place, that is also where spirit and matter mix. Like that's where spirit comes in and mixes into the matter. And so you're just like keeping that, you're keeping that pathway doing what it should be doing rather than doing what it thinks it should be doing. Because it wants to just go out and have a party. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't care. It's like, you hear all those stories back in the 70s where, the rock and roll people would go in and tear up the hotel room and throw TVs out the
window.
Yeah. That's what that center would like to do if it was not regulated. You know what I mean? Like that is what that is. Like that is that manifestation.
Well, whatever that move, whatever it is, it does seem to really work for me.
Should be very, very soothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And part of what it does is it stimulates the the blue pearl, the mental permanent seed, which is how you process information from the soul.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, so it's a simple little breath, but it's very, very powerful.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
so welcome.
And then go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Greg,
Hey.
so I'm specifically interested in addressing some of my lower natures that are come screaming up.
Mhm.
It seems as I scan the processes that we've gone through in the whole class, this whole class is basically addressing ego lower natures. Am I
Pretty much.
correct?
Yeah, that's the thing with angels. Like, you know,
Okay.
you're telling the body and the lower nature and the emotions, the ego, behave. You know, because
Quit
for you to
throwing
be
TVs out the damn window. Yeah, I know.
right, like to be able to bring that kind of energy in,
Yeah.
you have to kind of create like a kind of like a kind of order. Like it would be very much like how, you know, when somebody sets up their altar, they're setting up their altar, they're putting a statue, they're putting a few candles, they're putting something sacred that has to do with their practice or their deity or whatever.
Mhm.
It's like that, but inside.
Okay.
Like an altar is an outer manifestation of what we're doing right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say I'm having a fun time of it someday, and I want to address my my bone marrow. Which of these processes would be a quick
Okay. So with that, like
first aid approach?
first aid approach, do that little thing that we did right before break, or that we did with the Astara lesson. That's
Yeah.
the first aid approach, but the deeper practice is work the three brains. Like work
Okay.
the three brains. Like the more that that's activated, there's still a couple of pieces that you'll be taught, but like you really have to get the three brain thing down.
Okay.
Then it becomes easier and easier to go through and do that. Like basically at some point, what we're doing is we're building like the living caduceus. And
Mhm.
a big piece of it is those three brains. Like practice that a bunch.
Okay.
Part of
Alright.
it too is it's not just an energetic thing. You know, if you think about what we're talking about with active clairvoyance, you're developing like a functional clairvoyance. So then when you're in situations, you're like, oh, I shouldn't do this, or I should do that, or I need to get out of here, or I need to be here in this position because something's going to happen. Or, you know, it's just you start aligning yourself in putting yourself at the right place at the right time.
Mhm.
You know, and that is not something that the logical mind can pull off. It's not about facts and data. It's about, again, going back to that thing of intuition reveals reality. And so like as you start to have more intuitive thought, you don't get caught up in everybody's story or the drama of the moment, or you know, whatever's going on. You're like, oh, this is what's important. Like you're cutting right to the heart of the matter. And so even doing the three brains, you're already getting closer and closer to what you're asking about. But then there's some pieces that come full circle. We've kind of have covered a lot of it, but it's just going to be compiled in a way that like it all comes together. You know, like we have been working on what's about to come forth for a couple of years, like learning all these pieces, developing certain things. Like if you think about all the classes that were the materialization classes, part of it was developing things for that that root brain, and then, you know, other things that we were doing was developing things for the mind and these components, and then, you know, another part for the solar. And at some point you can just boil it down and start to really go after the three. But like there has to be like a deconditioning at some point. I mean, you don't have to, but it works better when you do it. You know, even if you go back after the fact, it works better when you've done it. But yeah, so you're doing the stuff that we're doing. You're working your way towards it already.
Okay. Good. Very good. Thank you.
Like that thing I have you doing with the spruce,
Yeah.
on the brain, with the brain and everything.
Mhm.
That's developing the part of the third brain that's, has to do with the brain. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you want to like go back and revisit some of the materialization breath, and if you think about like how many times do we spend doing things with the arms and the legs, purifying the arms and the legs and the organs of blood purification, all of that is working towards the 3 brain stuff. All of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
Thank you.
Earlier you mentioned opening the door, the angels.
Mhm.
Does the door open to angels if I focus on white Tara or other deity?
Yeah. Yeah.
The energy was different when I focused on white Tara than the angels.
Yeah. It's white Tara. Yeah. Yeah. Different beings are helping you develop certain things. Kind of going back to what somebody said, like what angel would you use to get stuff done? We've all had thoughts like that. That is how our logical mind is. But it's almost like the opposite, inside out, where the angels or the deities that you focus on help you develop something internally and then eventually and manifest outwardly. And so white Tara is very different than green Tara. And green Tara is very different than blue Tara. Even if you just focused on the 21 Taras, yeah, that would be something. But different beings do different things. They have, and sometimes, not every soul is the same. And so certain souls are working on different tasks, you could say. It's not something that you would logically know, but just certain things are being developed for that soul to evolve. And so they will have an affinity towards a certain deity. That's why I don't make any of the practices like we're going to do this practice that's about this deity or whatever. There's all kinds of stuff going on for different people. So, when people ask me individually, I'll say something, but it's not like an across the board thing because, what's that saying? Different paths to the top of the mountain.
I'm so happy Greg said that about the angels. I feel kind of sad focusing on just one angel and neglecting others.
Mhm.
Now I see we can have a party.
Yeah, it's a party. Once it starts to come in, it starts to come in. The big like thing that will reduce it is the inflexibility of the logical mind or the inability to step away from it, which we all have that issue to a certain degree. But the more that we do a lot of these practices, we've already been working on all this stuff. This isn't like something you're going to have to scramble around and do. We have been working on this. We're doing classes every weekend. They're part classes and they're part like therapy sessions or healing sessions. Like they're going through and unwinding these things. And so, some classes might have been very impactful for you, but it's not maybe something that you have to do over and over again. It might be that you just do it every once in a while. And so it depends, but we're getting where there is going to be a little bit of a practice that, the stuff with the vagus nerve and the things with the body mapping, those are going to be a little bit more of a practice that, pulls in things from things we've already been doing. So that's why we're trying to set up like different review classes, because what we'll do is we'll bring them in, review them, and then start showing how they're interacting or interconnecting.
What does letting go of the energy feel like? I.e., she had expelling from back heart or back solar.
I'm not sure what that means.
while they answer or unmute themselves, I'll
Mhm.
keep going. I'm gaining a deeper understanding of the tantric practice as he talks. So interesting.
Yeah, tantric. Sometimes people think tantric is about sex. It's not. It's tantric just means an energy practice, and so yeah, you guys have been doing tantric for a very long time if you've been doing these classes. Like it's an energy practice. It's shifting and moving things energetically to affect the form, and then also bring in certain kinds of energies or essences. So
And they clarified, I'm just not sure what I feel.
yeah, that's good. That means your logical mind is not calling the shots, which is part of what we're shooting for. Healing doesn't come when the logical mind is locked into doing what it's doing, because it, like, you could say if there's no intuition coming in and the logical mind is just calling the shots, you could almost say that there's no motivation to get better or to heal, because the logical mind wants to just control everything and not let things move or shift. And so there's moments where it doesn't mean it has to be long periods of time. The logical mind's always going to do what it does. There's moments where you let go and you're kind of letting go of the control, and essence and intuition kind of come in, and you go from being active to just being. And in that moment is when the healing happens. And then the logical mind kind of takes hold and does its thing again. But it's a little different this time. Like, it got tweaked a little bit when you let go. And then after 4 or 5 times, you're like a boat on water where you're like, I can't quite see the shore anymore. I'm drifting too far away. And then pretty soon, little by little, shift and change happens. And remember, spontaneity is of the soul. Control and repetition is of the lower nature, right? So we're not trying to completely let go of the control and the structure, but we want more of that spontaneity, that dynamic essence to come in, just to tweak things a little bit. And then we'll go back to our form, and then we let it in. It's the idea of meditating from time to time. It's the idea of going to church on Sunday. It's about doing self-reflection. It's about doing a little ceremony. It's doing healing. It's the idea of even going on vacation. Like I'm stepping away from my everyday, weekly grind at work. I'm going on vacation, and when I come back, I'm a little bit different. I was relaxed. I have a little new perspective on how I'm going to do work. It's the same idea. We do it in a lot of different ways. Here, we're just doing it internally to a much higher degree, so that you're not sure what you're feeling. Yeah, it's working.
Mhm. Back to the bone marrow. So when there is an illness directly related to bone marrow, is this a physical manifestation of ego, lower nature, or
Not
is it
necessarily.
a chosen manifestation that can have several paths to fruition?
Yeah, not necessarily. Like, I mean, it can be a karmic thing, but sometimes it's just the mechanics of what's happening in the body. I mean, it can impact that to a certain extent, but sometimes the disease also makes you pay more attention to it. So there could be rapid growth even in that disease. So I wouldn't say that it's good or bad. It just depends on how it gets handled.
What's a Tara?
Tara is, in the Buddhist tradition, this feminine being that you could say is almost like all the different divine feminine aspects from all the different traditions are manifest in Tara and in the 21 forms of Tara. And so you could say it's Mary, you could say it's Kuan Yin, you could say that it's Isis, you could say all of that, but it's very potent representation of divine feminine.
Could you give us a really good detailed diagram of the cadence showing energy flow up the spine, twisting and entering the nostril and ending up in pituitary pineal? Hopefully a visual to anchor, then move beyond the experience.
It's in the vagus nerve class. Yeah, there's actually 2 or 3 pictures in the vagus nerve class. That's where it's at.
And also in the Astara second degree, right?
Yeah, it's out of the second degree of Astara. That's in the vagus nerve class. So yeah.
I'm sorry, you're asking the 4 blood oils and the 3 brains? I don't remember what the question was.
Oh, let's not talk about that right now. That's getting way ahead of ourselves.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, there we are.
Yeah. That's way ahead of ourselves.
Okay, that was a good discussion.
Okay, so let's start at the top of page 4. We're going to just start doing this. This actually doesn't even involve an oil at this point. So this is what you're going to do. We're going to practice on different parts of our head, but you're going to inhale, and as you inhale, you're going to visualize white light going in, and then as you exhale, you're just going to visualize light or essence, or if it helps, you could say dirty gray going out, but basically you want to see energy coming in, energy going out. The energy going out, it could be negative, it could be positive, it doesn't matter. We just want to get in and out, right? So you're going to put your awareness between your eyebrows. And this is what you would call chakral breathing. So your awareness is between your eyebrows. So take a long, slow, deep breath in. And as you breathe in, visualize just brilliant white light coming in between your eyebrows. And then hold your breath for a second. And then exhale through the mouth, just visualizing energy or dirty gray, whatever you want, leaving. So inhale white, exhale gray. Inhale white, exhale gray. Inhale white, exhale gray. You're still inhaling and exhaling. And then pause and be still. And again, on that same spot, inhale, you're breathing in. White light's coming in as you exhale. Dirty gray or essence is leaving. And then just be still. Now go to your back head. So opposite that spot between your eyebrows on the back side. You're inhaling, visualizing white light going into that back head. Exhaling, dirty gray. I'm not sure. And then pause and be still. Pause and be still. And again on the back head, inhale brilliant white. Exhale essence or dirty gray. Just be still. But yeah. Now let's try it like this. We're going to do both sides at the same time, right? Okay, so here's the ear, like you can see right here. It's a little bit farther forward, like the side head. So if you just go from the top of the ear and move it forward just like an inch or two, just try to get it close into that area. So you're doing this on both sides. Okay, so you're inhaling into that area, then exhaling out of that area. Inhaling, exhaling. Inhaling, exhaling. Continue to inhale, exhale. And then again on the sides of your head, you're inhaling, you're exhaling. You're inhaling and exhaling. And then just pause and be still. Okay, so this next thing, this next little piece is directly out of a star. You take the bottom of your earlobe here and you fold it up to cover your ear canal, right? You're going to do it on both sides. Now, part of what this is they Erlene Cheney, who wrote the degree lessons, the teachings are given to her by Kutumi. And the idea was to hear the inner knot or the inner sound, the sound of creation. We would also call it like awareness on the blue pearl, on the mental permanent seed, on in the Christian tradition when they say make your eye as one and your body will be filled with light. It's all saying the same thing. And when you curl your earlobe up to your ear canal, you're utilizing reflexology here. And between the reflexology of the connection between the earlobe and the ear canal and the silence, it's very activating to the mental permanent seed. So when you're trying to get the attention of angels, the more the blue pearl is activated, the more that they come in. Like you could say, the more that the door gets opened, right? So more comes in. So after you've gone through and we've done this little practice, the idea is you can rest your wrists like on a table or on your knees. Like if you're in bed, like sit with your legs brought up so you can rest your elbows there, and then take your earlobe and then just fold it to cover your ear canals. And you're just going to sit there for a minute or two with your awareness just wherever, but your ears are covering your ear canals. Your earlobes are covering your ear canals. Okay, then let it all go. You let it all go. Let it all go. And just be still for a second. Just keep your eyes closed and just be still. Let's just see what happens there for a moment. Okay, we're gonna let that be for a little bit. We're gonna come back. We're gonna practice it again after a break. And then we're going to go into the next piece. Okay, so how about I'll see you back at 20 after the hour. Hey everybody, let's come on back. And we're going to go back through and do that little piece again. I want to be able to practice that a little bit more. So you're not using any oils. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. And you're doing what we call chakral breathing. So you're inhaling. You're inhaling brilliant white light coming in. You're exhaling dirty gray or just an essence. Again, you're just inhaling, visualizing white energy coming in, exhaling just dirty gray or just an essence going out. Still inhaling. Now, move your awareness to the back head. And you're doing the same thing. Inhaling brilliant white, exhaling dirty gray. Here, inhaling and exhaling. Inhaling brilliant white light to the back head. Exhaling dirty gray. And then pause and be still for a moment. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Brilliant white light coming in through the back head. Exhaling, dirty gray. Just be still. Just be still. Again, you're inhaling brilliant white light coming in the back of your head. You're exhaling an essence or dirty gray.
Just be still. People are asking questions about other parts of the process. Please stay focused on the part that we're doing. We'll handle it when it comes time. Okay? So stay focused on what we're doing. You're missing the point of what the practice is. So let's do that one again. Just be still. Your awareness is on the back head. Take long, slow, deep breaths into the back head. Don't be thinking about other parts of the process. Just your awareness is on the back head. Inhale, brilliant white light. Exhale, the essence or the dirty gray. Just pause and be still. Let's go back to the ajna in the front. Inhale, brilliant white light coming in through the ajna. Exhale, just an essence coming out, or dirty gray. And then pause and be still.
Move your awareness to the back head. You're just taking long, slow, deep breaths. Breathing in, white light, exhaling, dirty gray, or just an essence. Just be still. Let everything go. Just be still. Just be still. Now, and go to the side head. You go to the top of your ear, and you move forward about 1.5 to 2 inches, like right about where the hair kind of starts. right? The height of your top of your ear, just move it forward about 2 inches. Great. So like right about there on both sides. So from there to there. Your awareness is on both sides. Inhale, brilliant white light. Exhale, dirty gray. Both sides at the same time. Inhale, brilliant white. Exhale, dirty gray. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just let go. You're on that spot again. Both sides of your head. You're inhaling and exhaling. Inhaling brilliant white light. Exhaling dirty gray. Just be still. Just let everything go. Just be still. Just be still. Go to the sides of your head again. Again, you go from the top of the ear, inch and a half or two in front of it, the same height on both sides.
And then pause and let go. Now gently fold your earlobes into your ear canals and just be still for like 1 to 2 minutes. Okay, pause and let go. Pause and let go. Just let go for a moment.
Okay, move around a little bit. And we're gonna go to application B, so pull out one of the oils, aloes, ginger lily, lotus, osmanthus, sandalwood, or tuberose. Tarragon is a B choice, so you can pull out tarragon if you don't have any of those. So let's pick an area in your body. It could be an area of an ache, a pain. You could just pick a joint or a body part or your spine. Pick somewhere in your body and focus on it. Whatever it is. You don't have to have a reason. Just pick a body part and focus on it. And as you're focused on it, keep focusing on it, begin inhaling the oils. Now, you're still inhaling. You're still inhaling. Begin tensing your body up like you're like, you know how like you when you do a yawn, you're inhaling, your awareness is focused on that part of your body. And it doesn't have to be super tense, but just start increasing the tension in your body, like you're clamping down your body a little bit. Tense up the body, keep tensing it, keep tensing it, keep tensing it. Now take a big, long, slow, deep breath and hold your breath. Hold it, hold it, hold it for as long as you can. Then let out your breath, let out all the tension in your body, let go of the inhalation, just be still, let go of everything. Oh, that's probably okay. Okay, we're going to practice that again. So begin inhaling, focus on a body part. It can be that same body part, it could be somewhere different, doesn't matter. The point is to focus on something. So focus on that body part. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. You're inhaling, you're focused on that body part. Begin increasing the tension in your body, like how you get ready to do like a yawn. You're, oh, but just keep increasing the tension in your body. Keep increasing the tension in your body. Hold the tension, hold the tension. Take a big, long, slow, deep breath. Hold your breath. When you let your breath out, let the tension go in your body. Let the inhalation go away. Just be still. Now with that, no oil at this point. Your awareness is just on your forehead and your back head. Just lay there completely relaxed. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head. And with your awareness on the forehead and back head, begin to relax different parts of your body where you feel tension. Just let it relax deeper and deeper. Let everything go. Your awareness is on the floor of your pelvis, the perineum. That area between the sex organs and the anus at the bottom of the pelvis. Your awareness is there. You're not inhaling anything. You're just, awareness is there. Move your awareness to the soles of the feet. Awareness is on the palms of your hand. Just let everything go. Okay, we're gonna take a break. We're gonna come back. We're gonna do a little bit more. And we're gonna share experiences and ask questions. So we'll see you back at 1:45. Everybody, come on back. So we are on application C, on the middle of page 4. Now here, this is non-specific, that we're not talking about a particular angel. Whatever angel oils that you have are working with, you can do this, but we're going to practice one together for the toning so that we just get the idea. And we're going to all practice it together. And then you're going to tone the oil that you have a blend for or want to work with. And I'm cracking up because Samantha just brought in a tub of
Angels.
angel oils, and I don't know how long she thinks the day is, but apparently she's gonna sound like all the angels. Yeah. And very funny. Okay, so so right off the bat, let's practice together toning. Let's do the angel Gabriel. Now, when you're toning, it's not necessarily like how you would talk, like we're talking back and forth. We're going, oh, Gabriel this, Gabriel that. You know, let's work the angel Gabriel. When you're toning, you're breaking it up into syllables. And the tone is going to take on a life of its own. It's not going to necessarily sound how you would say, like, Gabriel. You're working each syllable like it's a thing unto itself, right? So let me do it once and then we'll do it all together. Okay, so Gabriel, like you'd go gay, like you would say gay, but here you'd go ga, ga, and then bra, el. Now, keep in mind that a lot of times the way they spell or the way you say an angel, it's built in that the name's a holy name. It invokes a kind of energy. So the writing is built in to like be able to talk about it casually. Like when you talk about a word of power or a holy name casually, it takes the power away. So they spell it slightly different so that when you're just chatting about it, it doesn't take the power away. So sometimes the pronunciation is a little bit different. Now, here, we're not too worried about that. We're just practicing the steps, right? We'll refine it as time goes by, right? Perfect example of this is Michael. But if you know the way that they say it kind of esoterically, it's Mikael, right? So Mikael, right? So here we're going to do it with Gabriel. So again, I'm going to say it once, and then we're going to do it together. Okay? So, Ga, Bra, El. Okay? Now, let's all do it together. You can say it out loud or at least whisper it. Like if there's a bunch of people in the house and you don't want to be chanting something out, just kind of whisper it, right? Ready? So we're all going to do the first syllable together. Ready? Notice how you feel. Go. Now pause. Bra. El.
Again. Go. Bra. L. Okay. Now, to make it stronger, you're going to do the same thing, but your awareness is on the ajna, between the eyebrows. Okay, so your awareness is between the eyebrows. Just be there for a moment. Go. Bro. L. Notice it felt different. The ajna has to do with the energy of thought, but it's also how you call in light. So as your awareness is on the ajna, you're invoking the angel, you're toning the name. Basically, you're toning and bringing in a kind of divine light. Even if you don't do the next step and you just do this, it's potent. Okay, so let's practice one more time. Your awareness is on your ajna. Go. Bro. Just let your awareness be on the ajna still. And just let go for a moment. Notice by just doing that, you're a little more out of your head. You're a little bit more in intuition or just quietness. Now you're going to choose an angel you would like to work with. You're not going to use the oil yet.
You're going to put your awareness on the ajna. And right now, to the best of your ability, just break the name up into syllables. Right now, it's not important about how right or wrong it is. It's just practicing the technique. Let's just get you used to practicing the technique. And on your own, just tone the name with your awareness on the ajna. Go ahead and do it like 3 or 4 times. And then just be still. Now, we've practiced. If you have an angel or archangel oil, let's have you pull it out, whatever one you want to use. And before we use the oil, let's have you tone the name of that angel. And so if you've already toned it a couple of times, let's tone it a couple more times. If you're doing something different, let's have you tone the angel that you're going to use in this process. So again, your awareness is on the ajna. Tone the name 3 or 4 times, and then just be still. Just be still.
Begin inhaling the angel oil. Your awareness is at the medulla, which is the base of the skull, across the back. Go right to the center where that little indentation is at the base of your skull. Is it like, who is it? Like somebody. You're inhaling the angel or the archangel with your awareness on the medulla area, which is the base of the skull, but right in the center, that point right at the base of the skull. Now your awareness is on the whole front of your body, your face, your throat, your chest, your abdomen, your pelvis, the front of your legs, the shins, the tops of your feet. Let go of that. You're still inhaling the same oil, but now your awareness is on the back side of your body, the back of your head, the back of your neck, the area around your shoulder blades, your mid back, your low back, your butt, the back of the legs, the calves, your heels. And then just be still. Now the left side of your body, left side of your head and face, left side of your neck, your left shoulder, your left ribs, left hip, down the side of your leg, your left ankle. And then just let go. Now the right side of your body, right side of your face, your neck, your right shoulder, your right rib cage, right hip, the outer part of your right leg, your right ankle. Okay, be still for a moment. Now go to your perineum, the floor of your pelvis. And from that spot, directly a foot down. Not on a body part, you're just in that area from a foot down from the floor of your pelvis. It's going to go past just a little bit further than mid-thigh. Your awareness is on that section below the floor of your pelvis. Inhale.
And then let go. Just let go. I'm just training you. Now, the top of your head, go from the top of your head a foot up. So just a foot up above your head. You're in that same spot, a foot above your head. You're inhaling with your awareness there. And then be still for a moment. Your awareness is on your spine. Try to do the whole spine if you can. You're inhaling the oil with your awareness on the spine. And then just pause and be still. Just let everything go. Pause and be still. Let's do an experiment. Put your awareness on your ajna. The angel that you just worked with, tone the name. Tone the name of the angel 3 or 4 times and just be still.
Okay, notice how you feel. Move it around. How did that feel for you? Okay, we could stop there, but why would we want to? Right? So let's do another one. Let's do one more. So pull out a different angel, some you haven't worked with at this point. If you just had the one blend, you could do it again, I guess. But if I think there's a couple people who didn't have an angel blend and they were using a single oil, choose another name to work with. Okay, so first your awareness is on the ajna. Tone the name 3 or 4 times. And just be still. Now begin inhaling the oil. Your awareness is back on the medulla. Move your awareness to the front side of your body, your face, the neck, your chest, your abdomen, your pelvis, the front of the legs, the shins, the tops of your feet. Move your awareness to the back side of your body, back of the head, neck, your back, your hips, back of your legs, your calves, your heels. Okay, just give yourself a break for a moment. Left side of your body. Inhale with your awareness on the side of your face and neck, your left shoulder, your left rib cage, your left hip, down the sides, all the way to your ankle. The right side of your body.
Oh, 1 foot below floor of your pelvis. And then a foot above your head. Just let go for a moment. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your spine. And then just be still. Just be still. Now remember what I said earlier when you open the door. Energies of deities, different angels just start to coming in. Remember, we used Gabriel before we did this practice, so just be still. I'm going to invoke Gabriel. Go. Bro. So the things that we covered over the last 2 days, like we said, is the Angel Essentials. And you can see there's some physiology and things that we go through and some psychology. But this is like a very basic way to start doing third G, which is the science and art of working with angels. We'll be taking it a bit deeper and starting to be very specific with different kinds of angels towards the end of September. But I think this is a good start. You know, we have the angel classes that most of them were for free, but it was to develop different aspects. But this boils it down just to like some technique. But anyway, let's go ahead and share experiences and ask questions. You can unmute yourself or type in. Fire away.
Go ahead, Trace.
Hey, Tracy.
Hello. So I was first using Raphael, and then I intuitively chose one, and it was Sophiel.
Oh, nice.
Isn't Sophiel having to do with plants? And
It does, yeah.
things?
It's spontaneity, but also it's what you would invoke to work with plants and things like that. Yeah.
Okay, great. And so when we were doing let me see if I can remember now. It's been a minute ago since we were doing this. Oh, when we're doing the chakra breathing,
Mhm.
it kind of reminded me of when we were doing pranic healing and we would wind in and then wind out. You know how you circle like the energized versus
Oh, like with your hand? You're doing a different version of it, but something a little bit different happening, but kind of the same idea.
okay.
You know, part of what you're doing is you're cleaning up the energy body, but you're kind of reconditioning or regenerating how the chakra functions, and you're increasing your attention and awareness on not just energy centers, but on like different processes, like how you interact with the environment and then how you go inward. And so it's a little bit more active than like if somebody's working on you and doing it, or even like self-healing. But it's similar. Yeah.
Well,
It's a little bit more inward than getting a healing.
okay.
Yeah.
When we were after we did that, and we were just like being still.
Uh-huh.
It felt like something was going on in my
Oh,
brain,
yeah.
my head, and it almost felt like there was
Oh,
3
yeah.
points. Then there was like a ping pong going
Yeah.
between 3 points, and I'm like,
Part of the thing is like when you're doing, because there's a lot of different approaches to how you do meditation on the blue pearl or the pineal gland, or whatever you want to call it, mental permanent seed, achieving oneness, whatever it is. And the issue is like you're wanting to put your awareness on that area to activate the seed, but then the focus that gets you there, you have to get there and then be able to like let it go. And what happens is you focus there, and then you just kind of are staying focused until like you just kind of start wandering out of it. So it's hard to maintain that state where when you're doing the Lama Yoga breath and the materialization breath, it's activating and it's staying activated for a little bit while, even if your awareness isn't there. Doing the breathing like this, you're balancing out different parts of the brain, and you're balancing out how energy comes in. You don't really see this taught very often publicly. Every once in a while, you'll see a Buddhist statue that it's not the Buddha, but it's usually like a High Lama or a certain deity or something, and they'll have the blue dot here, and then they'll have these little like 3 little like lines coming out of their sides of their head, and that's symbolizing some of the
the practice, the teaching. And so this idea, there's much deeper parts of this practice. At one point you kind of start moving back and forth between the ajna and the back head, and then you start going from side to side with the two sides of your head, and each thing is doing something different, but the goal is to be able to activate that mental permanent seed even when your attention goes off of it. Because like when you're doing like a blue pearl meditation, it's activated as long as your awareness is on it. And then when you take your awareness off, something else starts to happen. So you're in a little bit of a predicament. Like, okay, I'm going to stay. And with your awareness on that spot, what's happening, you're not expanding out of your body. You're actually expanding in your body. Your body is filling up with light. It's filling up with essence. That's why that thing in the Bible that says, make your eye as one and your body is filled with light. It's talking about like an inner expansion. And so in the Hindu and the Buddhist tradition, this is symbolized as, the deities being blue, like Rama being blue, Krishna being blue. In the Buddhist tradition, the medicine Buddha, right? The Buddha that heals is blue. And it is tied to not just filling your body up with light, but it's this inward development, this inward journey that's not about the external world. It's about developing something internal and then manifests in the physical. And so like going back to the healing, like the healing is like doing something outside in, you're trying to do something like that, which is fine. Like it's good. Like you can do things that way. But this approach is more from the inside out.
Okay.
Both are good, and if you put them together, they're even more potent. But you're developing two like separate things. Like they're separate, but they're not. They're just, how like if you sit and you visualize, like you go, oh, I'm going to visualize a ball of light. If you look at the person, the light's like around here, around their heart, and then the rest isn't that bright. Like, you know what I mean? They're visualizing, but they're not visualizing their legs, their feet, their backside, their butt, the back of their legs. Their visualization is only partial, right? It's because of the awareness, and the more you go inward, the more it becomes this like kind of full encompassing thing that then manifests outward.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
My other thought. I did take off for sure. Like, I just kind of like
Think you're not
left.
the only one.
It was beautiful. There was something else, but now I can't remember it. So maybe I'll get it in the inner worlds. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Go ahead, Brenda.
Hey, Brenda.
Hi, Greg. Thank you.
How'd you do?
I have a question around the meditation we started with under 7, letter A. When I did the Ajna chakra breathing, that was easy. The back head wasn't as easy, and it felt like the gray or essence that left with a breath out couldn't come out the back head, but needed to come out. So I just like left it open to like come out wherever. And at one point it came out my hands. Another time it came out my ears. And I wondered if that was okay.
Yeah, like a lot of times what happens when you go through and you do a practice, I mean, I think you're hitting something right on the money, is it's a reflection of things going on in other parts of the body. And you go through and you start doing this practice, and like you feel like, oh, it's not really coming out there, but then later, your solar plexus fills up, or you feel something coming out a different part of your body. That's still tied to that practice. It's not just going to be that area that releases, like solar plexus would be very common. The brain would be very common. Ming Men could be an issue, even the navel. You know, and it could also be like where there's an injury or something in the body. And so there's really kind of no right or wrong. Like it's almost like you're dancing or you're playing with something, and it's like, well, let's just see what this is going to do. And you're going to dance it to the point where it's where you want it to be, and it's right, and it's functioning like it should. But at first, you know, you're just kind of playing with it, and like you're getting to know, it's like you're on a first date with your back head. You're getting to know each other. Like, what do you like? Do you like pizza? Do you like movies? Like, you know, and you just kind of keep going deeper and deeper. And then as time goes by, you almost start to have this kind of like relationship with it where like you can kind of feel like, oh, something's up there, something's going on in my body or something, you know, and it could be any of the centers. But like you know, like for me, for example, we were talking about this at lunchtime in a break, is like when I was doing business stuff, like consulting, you know, like you'd be working for a company, but they would have competitors. They would have people kind of coming at them, and it wasn't that they were bad or evil that they were coming at them. It's just business. You know what I mean? I could always feel it in my navel. Like I didn't have to know that the details or the email or the marketing campaign from the other company. I would just like, oh, something's happening in my navel. Can feel it happening. Something's going on. Like I got the energetic email to the navel that says thumbs up. And so I'd call them and go, hey, so what went down? What's going on? And they're like, how did you know? And I was like, I can feel my navel. My navel doesn't feel right. Like, you know, I feel a weird pressure there. And so, you know, different areas are going to tell you different things. You know, the back head, a lot of times, well, I mean, we all have our own little experiences, but it has a lot to do with like how we process things, but also how we harmonize the flow of interaction between the environment and people around us. Like energy's coming in, energy's going out, like energy's coming in and being received, and then it's being expressed. And so like sometimes when the back head's off, I mean, almost everybody, the back head is off. Like, oh, I would say, unless somebody's really been working on it, there's some like glitch back there. It has more to do, and it's not so much like I'm talking and somebody hears me, but it's like, say you're in a situation, be it family, work, business, relationship, you're out on vacation, whatever. For you to make good decisions or to be able to perceive and figure out something going on, you have to be able to gather up enough information to be able to have something to process, right? So some of that's tied to your spine and some of that's tied to your back head. Like, for example, like this one time, I mean, this is a silly story, but it's just, I was living in Southern California, and I don't know, I went down to the area like Little India in Southern California. It had some really good Indian restaurants there, and I had some dinner, and there was this Indian jewelry store, and I was like, oh, I wonder if they have those Rudrakshas, you know, those little seed thing pendants. And so I went up there, and there was this older gentleman, and you know, I'm going, how much is this one? How much is that one? You know, they had some really nice ones. And I think they were set in silver or something. And you know, he gave me a price. It was like $150 or $200. And you know, because they're not marked, right? So, you know, we're going through, we're making the transaction, and this other guy comes in, and they started speaking in whatever language it was that they were speaking, and you couldn't tell. And I watched this, and the person, this conversation went on for a while, and they still weren't taking my money. And you couldn't tell. They just looked like they were just having a chit chat back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And the person I was with said something like, "Why do you think it's taking so long? Like, what's going on?" I was like, "Well, I'm gonna guess that guy that walked in is his son. He's upset because he gave me the Indian price and not the American price, and they're going back and forth on how to figure out how to handle this." And she looked at me like, that's a really weird thing. She goes, "Do you speak that language?" I was like, "No." And she goes, "You can tell by the body language?" I go, "No." But like just watching like how they're interacting and everything, I was like, that's my guess. And the guy turned around and he said, "He gave you a wrong price," and da 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 da. And he even said like he didn't give you the American price. And like, he kind of just unveiled it, and he tried to like make me feel guilty. And then he goes, "You should probably buy a ruby ring," and da 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 da. He goes, "But I'll honor this price." And I go, "Well, if you're not comfortable selling it to me at this price, that's fine. But this is the price that he told me." And, he basically wanted to charge me 5 times the price. And I go, 5 times the price, I'm not interested. But at the price he gave me, I'll take it. And he goes, "Well, how about the ruby ring?" And I was like, "Don't want the ruby ring, but I'll take the rudraksha." And he sold it to me, and he hem and hawed and everything. And, we walked out, and the person was like, "How did you know that?" And it was like, you just kind of, there's energy going back and forth. You're taking in information. It wasn't clairvoyance. Honestly, it was not clairvoyance. You watched how they talked with each other. You watched how the old man kind of, his body language towards the other guy. And I was like, you could tell that they were related just by the way they interacted. And that the way they were going back and forth, you could tell he was kind of defending something. The person was frustrated. And then you just go, okay, based on all that, he gave me the Indian price and he wants, a bunch more money. And then that's what he turned around and said. And that is the information going to and from your spine. Like that is, you could call it clairvoyance, but it was just even clairvoyance is your energy body kind of gathers up pieces of information and brings it back for your brain to kind of process. It has these like little pieces of these like cells, you could say, in your energy body that mixes with something and then brings you back information. Some of that is tied to your spine, how things move to and from your spine. And so we communicate and gather information much more significantly than verbally, body language. There's a lot more information that happens from the environment. So that's the spine and it's your back head. Even with clairvoyance, when it's passive clairvoyance, you activate the forehead, you activate the back head, and then you kind of process the information. And so again, it's about like processing that subtle information that your logical mind doesn't see, but your intuitive mind, like, it sees it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I had, when it started releasing the gray through the ears, there was just a flush of emotion.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah, sure.
Much tied to, it felt like sounds of people's voices that I'd heard before, but they weren't clear. They were just all coming out.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, plus the ears are like the lower, like the bottom part of your brain. And there's this joint in the back of the head where it's the spinobasilar joint, which the sphenoid is what your brain sits on, and then the back of your head is the occipital bone, and it's kind of back, and it just kind of like rocks like this with the cerebral spinal fluid circulation. And how you access that is energetically is through the ears. And when you do that, it will flush out like a lot of energy.
Yeah, a lot of energy.
That's lovely. When I was focused on the sides of the head at the spot that you
Mhm.
said, was very well of all the sutures underneath, kind of like
Yeah.
pumping out gray. Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed.
Tracy remembered what she had forgotten to say. She goes, I kept feeling like I needed to sweep my eyes.
Mm.
And go ahead, Donita.
Hey, Miss Donita.
I love, 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 love working with angels.
I know you do.
And oh gosh, what a treat and what it was.
I was going to call this the class for Donita, but I didn't think other people would join, so I called it Angel Essentials.
Oh, thank you. Oh, it was just such a treat. It was just incredible. And I just wanted to share when we were doing.
Sure.
First of all, just wanted to share, I think that was related. A little birdie whispered in my ear on Friday night to take a salt bath in poplar balsam. And I don't believe I've ever done it.
I think I know that bird.
You know,
Yeah.
and I listened and I soaked for about an hour.
Yeah.
And I can swear. I mean, I know that helped me be really calm in the body throughout the weekend.
Yep. I mean, poplar does a bunch of different things, but one of the things that it does really, really well is it harmonizes like opposites. And opposites aren't always necessarily a conflict, but they're just in opposition of each other. And so like a lot of times I'll just do like either the poplar spray or a bath, or dab it on chakras or on my wrist, just to balance things out. Because you could look at like there's kind of layers that you want to go through. I was thinking about this. I haven't presented it like this, but you could say, like, say you're working on a respiratory issue, there's these layers of spiritual growth or spiritual evolution. And so the first one would be purification. Then the next would be the transmutation, right? And then the third is harmonizing conflict, or conflict's still not the right word. Harmonizing opposition, like you're reconciling the opposites. You're able to either sit with it or you harmonize them, and then the fourth has to do with, you could say, the astral body, but it has to do with like perceptions and transmission and like a higher level of awareness that is beyond just the form. And so like even if you're going through and treating say the respiratory tract, you could treat it on the like purifying, and then you can go through transmuting, and then you can go harmonizing, because like even if you think about like what we were doing with the diaphragm that last time, where we were going back and forth with the two different oils, we're like, okay, we're helping to unwind the inhalation, but then we're using things that are more balsam oriented that helps to unwind the exhalation. So you're working these two aspects of the respiratory function, the inhalation, the exhalation. And so in doing that, you're harmonizing these two things that are like they're opposing each other. And especially in the breath, like at some point, Yogananda says it like this, like at some point the inhalation surrenders into the exhalation surrenders into the inhalation, and at that point, this isn't his exact words, but you experience the soul, right? And so it's starting to have that effect of harmonizing the opposites. And it's not that they're opposites and we're out of whack. It's literally like we all have these opposites, but when you start spending time like harmonizing them, it takes you to like another level. And you can do that even in physical healing. Like it doesn't have to be this like spiritual practice. It can be just anytime you start
harmonizing opposites. You know, like the heart and the solar plexus, very different. They're both of the emotional body, but they're very different. Heart is for about other people, solar plexus is about the self. But when you start harmonizing the two, something else happens, right? And poplar helps to facilitate that.
Wow.
That's why it was an anointing oil so many years ago. Yeah.
I'm just so glad because it just came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Do this now.
I think
Okay.
I took a poplar bath, like not this week, but last week. Yeah. God, I love poplar baths.
It
Yeah.
was amazing. And so I'm very glad because I noticed that throughout the weekend, I was very calm. I was very present. I was very
Mhm.
calm in the body. I was not restless. I was not
Mhm.
impatient. So it
Nice.
was, even though the mind, lots of visuals, lots of thoughts, lots of busyness, but it was not, it was like moving through, sort of.
Mhm. Mhm.
But I wanted to share when we were doing the meditation just earlier
Uh-huh.
day, I mean, this afternoon without the oil. Remember the one that, oh, I can't even think of it right now. The ajna, the back head, side head,
Sure.
ears. I started like, okay, I'm feeling it, it's nice. But then I sat in my comfy chair because I didn't have to hold the oil. And then something happened, just a very bright, like everything. I had my eyes closed, just a bright, bright golden light. And then everything changed. Like when we
Nice.
finished, I didn't even know where I was present, so I was following you,
Mhm.
but it was just like I don't know the words. It was just like I was in a different time zone reality. I was just in a different
Yeah.
space.
No, that's great.
And when we finished, when I looked at the time, I was like, really?
Yeah. Where was the gold at?
It's all around me.
All around you. Okay.
And it was like my
Yeah, yeah,
vision.
yeah.
It was just I was in it.
Yeah.
Almost.
So when there starts to be an increase of the connection between the heart and the crown, or the heart and some of the upper centers, the kind, like there's a greater level of spiritual energy that comes in, and it eventually starts to change the aura. Like it starts to have like little flecks of gold in the aura, little piece of gold, and then they'll start to be like little flashes, and then there's like little, like constant, like little plates that will start to happen, and then eventually it the aura just stays that way. And so, like, if you think about, like, when you go in temples and a lot of the statues are golden in color, that's not just like, oh, they're being decadent or they're showing respect by painting it gold. It's actually to show that this being has developed a certain aspect of the energy body. And so you know, your navel helps to synthesize and make the gold, but it needs building material. It needs the material to come in for the navel to be able to take those pieces and then start changing the aura. And boy, I felt like I was in a show tune.
But you know, it was so it was so beautiful because I'm like doing, and it was a lot already happening, right? Feelings, and it was yummy, yummy energy. And then
Yeah,
suddenly,
it's very nice. It's very, very nice. It's,
you know, when
it's very, very peaceful and soothing.
Mm.
Very, very peaceful and soothing.
yeah, but then that when this gold light, the flash, I had my eyes closed and nothing
Mhm.
changed in my room.
Yeah.
Then suddenly it felt like someone just took a, you know, flashlight and directed right in my eyes.
Yeah. Nice.
And everything shifted. But I'm, you know, I love that when it happens. I'm like, okay, relax now. It's like the roller coaster. Now it's time to just relax, go with the flow. So that was really, really nice. So
Good.
thank you, thank you, thank you, thank
You're
you.
so welcome.
Often saw intense golden light, sometimes
Nice.
almost like looking into the sun. When Greg toned Gabriel each time, I felt heat spread across my body and intensify,
Yeah.
difficulty coming back out of the light. And a flock of birds are arriving near my house. Never seen this here before. And now they're approaching my house. Yay!
Yeah, good, good, good. Yeah, it sounds like you're having a very similar experience. Yeah,
Someone else said me too, had to sweep my eyes.
yeah, yeah. Sometimes, even though you're seeing something on the inner world, sometimes it still happens with your physical eyes. And yeah. I remember a time where I kind of saw one of my teachers like in a flash, and I had to wear sunglasses for a few days because my eyes got so fried. And it was just a whew, and then it was over. But it was like somebody hitting your eyes with, you know, super, super bright flashlight. Yeah.
My angel was Angel Seraphiel. Very powerful. Knocked me out.
Yeah. Yeah. Seraphiel is associated also with the directions. Yeah.
I'm processing a lot of energy from the past week. Working with angels feels very supportive
Yeah.
and empowering. Even though there are some touch emotions associated with the changes I'm going through now, a bit of an awakening.
Yeah.
I worked with Gabriel first, then Sandalphon.
Oh, nice. Good combo. Yeah. Sandalphon's always nice, especially when you want to do like deep prayer work. Like prayer work or materialization or just allowing like a new essence to come in. Like Sandalphon's amazing for that. Yeah.
I just blindly pulled Sandalphon. They said,
Yeah, they're great. Yeah, I love Sandalphon.
Go ahead, Donita.
Hey, Donita.
I wanted to ask you something about yesterday.
Mhm.
And I can't remember when and how, but in one of those stand still and just relax moments, there was this strange pain, but it didn't last long, but it was right through my right eye. But it was almost like very raw, very like piercing pain, but I felt it in the physical. I've never felt it before, but right kind of through it and into my head, like the center of my eye and into my head. And it lasted for a few seconds and just went away. And it was it just felt very, I've never felt that before.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. Yeah. Right eye though, huh?
Just right eye, yeah. Like it wasn't pain, but it was like a laser, like I don't know, like felt very raw, very kind of right through. No?
Could be like, I mean, it could be just like changing, like some shift in how you're processing information. But I'm not sure.
That would be
It's
nice.
I'm just guessing. Like
That would be nice. I like your
yeah,
guess.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're so.
I chose Michael and Sophie L.
Mhm.
And
Very nice.
got serious case of the giggles. Lots of laughter over here during the practice.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's kind of nice. Like you do this practice and it makes you a little less, I don't want to say serious, but like I can't talk about this about anybody else, but I can say for myself, I when I do this practice, I don't take myself as serious. Like, you know, like the weight of the world or, you know, the weight of whatever's going on or I'm doing something, you know, whatever it is, you kind of just start like floating your way out of it. It's like, it's all good. You know, I still get stuff done, but I feel like a lot more lighthearted about it.
And then someone wants some clarity for the folded ear part of the practice. We are to sit with the folded ear silence rather than breathe in and out energy through the ears
Right.
or try to experience or let go of something. Yes.
Right. You're just folding your ears and just being silent, just being still for a little bit. Something's happening and no need to do anything else. You just, if you hear some things or, because there's a kind of quietness that comes that allows you to even potentially hear inner sounds a little bit more. But that just the act of folding the ears like that activates the mental permanent seed or the blue pearl.
The side of head spot is different than the temples. Absent an inch lower? Question mark.
Well, you're just going from the side of the ear and you're going about an inch in front, if you kind of see like an inch in front. So you're not going to the temples. You're just like maybe about an inch, inch and a half. Like somebody like, a bigger person like me, like taller, you would go maybe 2 inches because like the average person from the top of the ear to the temples themselves is about 3 to 3.5 inches. So you're just wanting to go about an inch forward. So not quite directly in between the temples and the top of the ear, a little bit closer to the ear, but not much. It takes practice getting that. So the thing is just kind of play with it for a little bit and it will get refined over a period of time. There's not like a great marker where you can go to this spot and it's right there. Like you feel that bump, go to that bump. There's not really a bump or anything. So eventually you feel something on the inside and it becomes easy just to go, oh, right there. But it takes a little while of doing it. So just get close and start working it and it'll happen.
And go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. I don't think you've answered exactly this, but you may have. Under the meditation 1 and 2, is it better to do? I realize that you've said we need to just practice, that it's going to take time to train ourselves at each stage. Is it better to go through all 4 of them a small amount, or could you just pick one and focus on it for a while till you got better at it?
Yeah,
Or-
like if you are just wanting to practice, you could practice each individual one, but for the meditation itself, it would be better to do all 4, like even just a little bit.
Okay, and is it better to do that and drop down and do some of the lower ones too, or could you isolate?
You could just isolate that. Yeah, you could
Okay.
just totally isolate that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that little piece under A is like a practice just unto itself. Like I've taught that as, sometimes it's in other segments, but that could just be by itself a meditation unto itself.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Very good weekend. Thank you.
This was very nice. More present and at peace. Thank you so much for doing this weekend.
Nice.
Lots of thank yous. My first exposure to angels. Fascinating.
Mhm.
A whole new realm. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And the thing is like we're talking about angels, but we're also talking about how our body works, our physiology. It's not separate. It's just bringing in a different kind of energy or opening yourself up to a different perception. Eventually, what you start to open up to is like streams of awareness or consciousness come in and you're able to adjust. Like, so even with active clairvoyance, looking at a person is very different than looking at an item. So you have to change the frequency of your perception so that you can gather information in different ways. Then if you're looking at the soul or you're looking at the situation, like I used to do work for this one guy. He was a CEO of a company and he had like 15,000 employees
There was all these dynamics and all these departments. And, he'd have me over to his house and I'd be sitting there and he'd tell me the situation and I'd start looking at the situation and like we'd be quiet and like 10 or 15 minutes would go by and he'd go, can I start asking you questions? And I was like, I'm still tuning into all these different pieces. It's like there's 1,500 balls in the air that I'm trying to like go through and like tune into. It's not like just being able to look and like all the information's there. You have to kind of start. Usually you're not looking at something that big, but the more you practice it, the easier it gets. Like you are able to start tuning into different things because there's the information that comes from objects, but then there's information that comes from activity or like what they would call like functional clairvoyance, where you're not really looking at objects, you're looking at like how to move through situations. And so like in that case, I was having to do both. And so it takes a little bit to tune in because it was so big and it was something I was not very familiar with. But in your everyday life, it's easier to tune into it. And then you start seeing like, oh, I think Tracy was sharing like, we had done the 3 brain thing. And she was like, I'm usually running a little late getting out of the house in the morning. She goes, I left the house early this morning. Right. And didn't really do anything different other than there was a functional awareness of like, how do I do that in a way that's different without getting up earlier, without doing all this? It's just kind of how you stack your actions to produce the result that you want. And that's what you would call functional clairvoyance or active clairvoyance. And so it helps you to like walk out of situations. It helps you to navigate. It helps you to innovate in different situations. It helps you to deal with, say you're even dealing with the politics of a family or a business. Part of your ability to navigate all of that is your ability to perceive or this functional clairvoyance. So.
And then go ahead, Barbara, then Ralph.
Hey, Barbara.
Hey there. Thank you so much for this class.
Oh, my pleasure.
My question is, does that inner sound change over time or just our
Yes.
perception? It does change.
It does change. I mean, I don't know that the sound changes, but our perception of the sound changes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably a better way of saying it.
The second time we did it, after a while, it seemed to be softer.
Yeah. So
And
sometimes it will even have like you'll hear a bunch of different sounds. There was a little phase where it sounded like a choir to me. Like there was all these different sounds that were coming together and there's this like kind of like a choir vibe. So I doubt that the sound has changed. It's just my perception of it changed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Ralph.
Greg, you had mentioned practicing the 3 brains.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious of the 3 brain processes that we've been given over the past couple of classes.
Mm-hmm.
Which one would be the one that would be?
I would do them both. Like
so that would be out of the vagus nerve class. It would be C, vagus nerve, and the 3 brains.
Right.
And
then I
then
can't remember what other class it was in. Was it in the Ganesha class or?
Then there was sympathetic nerve and the accelerator nerve. No, that's not that one. There it is. On the energetic mechanics.
Yeah, there you go.
Regulation of the peripheral nervous system.
So the one in the energetic mechanics is calming down agitation in the different centers.
Yeah.
And the one in the vagus nerve class, you're using Artemisia or mugwort. It's activating them more so that it becomes easier. So there's like kind of levels or degrees that we're doing it. Yeah.
Okay.
But and both are important, by the way. Yeah.
Excuse me?
Both are important. Like you want to do like I think it was like last night or the night before was it when I had you do it with galbanum?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the agitation can be from different things, but like galbanum's really good for like it could be physical pain, it could be psychological pain, it could be pain from the past, but pain's a big one. Because it's not even about like the situation like, oh, my body hurts. It's like, no, my body's hurt in my life. I've had my feelings hurt in my life. I've had, situations hurt my feelings, or
Oh,
where
yeah.
I've just been, whatever it is. And then besides all that, there's the potential that I might get hurt in the future. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like it's just, so the galbanum calms that down so that when you see things, it allows the energy in and doesn't try to, like pain, a lot of times our mechanism is to try to keep things out.
Yeah.
I've got it all where I need it to be. Like, let's just not let anything else in.
Mhm.
And that's normal for like pain, but at some point you have to be able to let go and go past it. And so galbanum is, it just takes this weird tension down. And then as soon as like whatever comes in, it's like, oh, it wasn't as bad. But when you've had a bunch of pain before, and we all have had it. You really have to kind of train yourself to like, okay, I have to let it in.
Yeah.
Like, so the people around me think I'm a little bit of a nut job for many reasons, but this is one of them. So like if say I fall and hurt myself or something happens, I like will lay there and relax into the injury. Like, okay, I hurt my back or I hurt my knee. I'm gonna lay here for a few minutes and I'm gonna just relax myself into it.
Mhm.
And yeah, it could be for like managing pain or something, but I want to train my nervous system in that moment. Don't start letting things, or don't start trying to stop things from coming in. So like in the moment, I'll just go, okay, that hurts. That's uncomfortable. I'm just going to sit with being uncomfortable. I'm not telling anybody to do that, by the way. This is one of my little quirky things that I do. And just because like when I was young, I got injured a lot. Like, my body got beat up pretty bad. And so if I don't do that, like I'll just start shutting things down and not letting things in almost immediately. So I sit and then the other thing that happens with it, like this sounds funny, but usually when it hasn't happened for a while, but when something bad happens and I don't react, it's usually followed by something really, really good. And it sounds really weird. I don't know if I'm paying off with karma or whatever, but if I sit and just relax into it, something really good happens like really shortly after it. And so sometimes I'll fall and I hurt myself. Yeah, it doesn't happen often, but it happens sometimes. And I'll go, oh, good, something good's about to happen. And everybody looks at me like I'm like losing my mind. But it's like if I relax into it, that's like I'm letting something come in that's really, really good. Because it's tied to the heart. Like if the heart has experienced pain, it goes, I don't want that pain to come in. But then what starts to happen is it also doesn't let good things in either. Like it's an either or. Either you're letting things in or you're not.
Mhm.
And so I don't know if like I'm unconsciously getting hurt so that I mindfully allow something to come in, because maybe I wouldn't have let it come in otherwise. Like I don't really judge it or try to put a story to it. It's just like, oh, if I relax into this, something good's about to happen. And
Mhm.
good things happen without me getting hurt. Well, I want to be clear about that. But like when substantial things have happened, I was usually, I slipped on the ice. I did this. I did that. Somebody bumped into my car, or something.
Mhm.
And if I lean into it, shortly afterwards, something good comes in.
Okay. So you said
And
about the heart either accepting or not accepting.
yeah, like if it's keeping
Okay.
something out, it keeps it out across the board. I mean, that's why trauma can be so devastating. Is we were seeing this like with kids, or the people who had like family members who were like, shot or blown up in some situation, the thing was so painful that they wouldn't let that in, because it's so painful, which I completely understand.
Yeah.
And at the same time, they would say, I don't really feel goodness anymore. I don't, and they would say, like, even the person that they love, they go, I have a hard time even remembering them. It was like I was watching a TV thing with them on there. And it's like, to still be able to feel goodness in life, you still have to let that painful thing in. And in their case, that really sucks. I mean, it is a really painful thing. But for them to allow goodness to still come in, they have to be able to do that, to let the other good parts come in. Because like if the heart shuts down, it's across the board. Like it does not pick and choose.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I learned a long time ago driving in San Francisco was to surround my car with a bubble of light, so that, and I've seen people bounce off this bubble of light, looked like it was going to be an accident and they just bounce off. But from what you're saying here, if I've got this bubble of light, which is excluding the world around me.
No, that's still okay. I mean, you don't want to just go getting into a willy-nilly accident for no reason.
Yeah.
But, when
that
things
was my
happen,
reaction.
yeah. When things happen, they happen. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like it's okay to like try to avoid injury or car accident or, especially in San Francisco, those cars drive so close to each other, especially down at the wharf. Man,
Mm-hmm.
you either have to surround it with a bubble of light or have really good insurance. You know what I mean? Like, because
Yeah, having grown up in the area. Yeah, I know exactly
Yeah,
what you
yeah.
mean.
like it's crazy.
Yeah.
The only place where I've seen that it's crazier is in the Philippines. Oh my God. Like I had to just not look out the window because I was like, the street light, the stoplights and the lines in the road are just suggestions apparently here, because like they would drive so close to each other. I'm like,
Having lived overseas for the past 15
Yeah.
years, I will tell you the trick is you go in and for the first month, all you do is take taxis and you watch the dance.
oh, nice.
And because it's a dance.
Yeah.
So you learn the steps of the dance.
Yeah.
And once you know the dance and you know the steps, then you can drive and it's
Right.
okay.
Right.
All right, good.
The very first few times I drove in New York, it was, I'd driven in a bunch of big cities before, but it was a little intimidating. And, it was always a rental car or something. And I had to pull over at one point and go, it's a rental car. I have insurance. I'm going to drive it like I stole it. And then after that, I was fine. But until then, I was like, ooh, easy. I'm going to tap their bumper. Like I was like a mess. And then after I was like, something's going to happen. Like I have insurance, so just get over it. And as soon as I got to that point, I was fine. Never had an issue. Never got bumps, whatever. But yeah, it's crazy.
Okay, good. All right, thanks for the tips, and I'll
You're
keep
so
that bubble of light around.
Perfect.
And then go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
Hi, I was curious, and maybe you were addressing this already with Laura, but for clarification. So the experience I had with working with any of the angels was just kind of the sensory of it and the calmness, the love is, I think, like my new tool to get through the chaos I'm in right now.
Yeah, I hear you.
So I was curious, sometimes in your classes, we do like all this prep work and it kind of creates a platform for the good stuff, the really good stuff at the end. Is this like that? Or do you?
Well, so like a lot of what we did yesterday would be the good, like kind of prep work. Like you really are prepping your ability to open up that door, right? But you could go back and 5 and 6 are helpful, but you could just jump down to 7. Like you could just do 7 by itself. 7 very easily could just be a practice unto itself. You know, even dropping down to C, you could do that, but that part with the meditation and the ajna and the chakra breathing and the backhead and the chakra breathing, it activates so much more your ability to bring the angel in, that I would really suggest, even if you only did it for a couple minutes, do it for at least a couple minutes before you just jump down and do the angel itself.
Okay. I sort of feel like I've been reaching out to angels for a while now.
Mhm.
And I just feel like you just like cleared the way of how to speak to them, if that makes
Mhm.
sense.
Mm-hmm.
So is it necessary to really be in a sort of quiet place, or can I just sort of
No, doesn't have to be
Okay.
quiet. I mean, it might be helpful at first, but I do it kind of anywhere.
Okay, that feels right to me.
Mhm.
And then being able to just really actually even use that breathing without even working with the angels, it just feels like that breathing
Yeah.
could really be powerful for lots of
Yeah.
things.
You know, like I'm going to give you an example is, you know, sometimes you might be traveling or you're away from home but like one time I was in Southern California in Long Beach, and I was at an event. We got out pretty late and everything, and I drove down the road, and there was a shootout happening like across the, you know, they were shooting at each other across the street, and I was just about to be in the middle of the shootout. And you know, I did a quick version of this, but I basically did the angel thing. And then, you know, it was probably a 30-second thing, through the car in reverse, drove 60 miles an hour backwards, weaving in and out of the cops, and was like invoking an angel name the whole way. You know, you wouldn't think of that would be the thing to do, but I felt protected and guided all at once.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, and one last really weird thing
Mhm.
that happened. When the first angel, like after you, when we, that I had on my own, I just stuck my hand into the bag and pulled out one.
Mhm.
Didn't know anything about the angel, but I, so I saw gold immediately when focused on the ajna, and but I saw like a skull, and it like was shocking to me. So I immediately like, oh, you know, the sort of like a moment of fear.
Mhm.
And then I still continued to see the gold, but all of the images like disappeared.
Okay.
Is that I don't really know what that skull thing was, but it kind of felt like it was more like my mm, like an old story that I was relating to the skull rather than it being something that was innocent.
Yeah, could be that, but you know, like in a few different traditions, the skull, or like seeing bones or a skeleton, is actually tied to wisdom, like the cultivation of wisdom. Like that's very Buddhist. Like you're in the practice of cultivating wisdom. It's, you know, the falling away of the form. It's symbolizing essence. And so some of the deeper, more esoteric practices usually have like a skeleton or a skull or something, and it's seen as the transmutation of the elements to the point of wisdom. Yeah, it's actually a very auspicious symbol.
Well, I'm glad I brought it up. That's,
Mm.
that's really cool. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
This is kind of a weird question.
Wait, there's a weird question? Like it was like we're talking about weird things all weekend, but yeah.
How do we know when the angel is present?
You will feel a sense of peace or stillness that's usually something that you couldn't achieve on your own. Even if it's not present, you're getting prepped for it, you'll still feel the kind of waves of something, but it's almost like you start to feel a little altered, like you start to like check out or space out, or your normal everyday mind just is not present and functioning. That's usually starting to be the presence of an angel. And in this setting, that can be done in other ways, but in this setting, that's what happens.
I feel like I'm still on, wait, I feel like I'm still on running with training wheels on, even after 3 years of consistent practice.
Yeah, I would say you and me both. Yeah.
Is it better to use angel for your zodiac sign, like Cancer during my sun cycle, or what would you recommend?
Right now, just practice with the angels. We'll start fine tuning how to do that in a little while. But right now, just start working on these techniques. I mean, I'm teaching you this because we're going to teach you some more things about angels a little bit later. And I want you guys just to be able to have this down and have like a base of things to draw upon. So.
Great class, guys. And the Wednesday.
Yeah, so we'll be doing a study group for this class Wednesday night at 7 Central Time. So we'll answer some questions and we'll do a little bit of a practice, but we always want to do the follow-up study group the Wednesday after we do the class. So we'll have that next weekend. We don't have a class because it's a holiday weekend, and so the following Wednesday, because we have a break, we're going to do the vagus nerve study group again, where we go through and kind of take that a little bit deeper. But this Wednesday, the Angel Essentials study group, and for those who are really interested in the angels, towards the end of September, we're going to do a thing that's angelic healing, where we start talking about different kinds of angels and how to work with them and some more technique. And it's kind of like this, where it's just like blunt and to the point of like how to work with specific things and not super complicated.
And
Just want to put out there
go ahead.
that Florida is on the Gulf Coast side, is expecting a hurricane to hit Tuesday,
Oh.
Wednesday. And right now it's really unpredictable. It could get really crazy.
Okay, I hadn't seen that in the news yet, so yeah, we'll do.
DeSantis has already declared a state of emergency for the state.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
yeah, that's bad. Okay.
Well, it's just unpredictable right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll put that in the prayer petitions.
Well, I'll be sorry if I missed your
Yeah, well,
thing
it'll be
on-
recorded too. So if for some reason
Okay.
you gotta hunker down,